finally know how to live without hurting myself. I think that I am moving on, cause I do feel less broken. I needed a sign, this is a sign that I'm healing. I'm finally healing from you. I'm finally healing from you. I'm finally healing. I'm finally healing from you. I'm finally healing. Oh, I'm finally healing from you. Finally healing. I know I'll make mistakes, don't mean to come off haughty. I'm just an imperfect person in this imperfect world, but I'm learning my way under this maze that I'm running through. Now when I think of you, I'm fine. See a picture of you, you would eat me alive. And now when I think of you, I'm fine. And all of the wounds that were opened by you are now closing. I finally know how to live without hurting myself. I think that I am moving on, cause I do feel less broken. I needed a sign, and this is the sign that I'm healing. I'm finally healing from you.
Man, this game's boring. Isn't there any good game out there that's free? Boy!
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. adventure.
Right out the door, don't wanna do this anymore. Now I'm lost without you. You drive me crazy out my mind. How'd you do this every time? Now I'm lost without you. Used to be the one I talk to when I'm sad. Can't you see now tainted love is all we have? Our issues run so deep, now when I try to sleep I feel so bad. I should leave and by the time it's done I'll be
now tainted love is all we had. Our issues run so deep, now when I try to sleep I feel so bad. I should leave, and by the time it's done I'll be
book that I wrote, or all the words that we spoke, yet only with our eyes. Now is the time to choose. Somebody wins and some lose. I can see through your disguise. Lay it down, hope for something better. Looking at the clouds, the sliver in the weather. You can't keep this up. The lies are just too much. Kick back, start another fire. Looking at the clouds, making shapes that you admire. And you can't stop it now, 'cause you don't know how. And you can't stop it now.
Day has passed like a hurricane to my heart, till it far away. See the lights on the other side. I'm going together and hope we will meet there. Day has passed like a hurricane to my heart, till it far away. See the lights on the other side. I'm going to get there and hope we will meet there. I remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away. I'm running away from you. I'm running away. I'm running away with you. I'm running away. I'm running away from you. I'm running away. I'm running away with you. I'm running away. Look at the stars, they find me. You shine so bright, it haunts me. I'm lost in this thick black sea of hopes for you and me. In the night I see you walking my way.
days burn me out, love just brings me down. Go inside like windshield leaves that slowly leave the ground. Hey, you come back, I wanna give you a chance. Love me like you used to, so we can learn again. The skin is getting brown, baby, drink your night away. Maybe we will not regret it, you will not regret me. Laying down under the sun, burning love cause we are young. No one tells us what's done wrong, cause it's just me and you. It's just me and you. Yeah, it's just me and you. Hold you on the ground, make your eyes roll out. Kiss me all around, baby, do you like the sound of my wasted love? Wasted love, of my wasted love. Hold you on the ground, make your eyes roll out. Kiss me all around, baby, do you like the sound of my wasted love? Wasted love, just like my wasted love. It's just me and you. Yeah, it's just me and you.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away into fucking love, how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always
I'm stuck within these walls. I need a quick escape. You know where I can go. Take me to that we see the sunrise in front of us. As our life unfolds and stories told, we stand alone. Shadows awake the innocent, counting down, we're counting down to the end. We see the sunrise in front of us. As our life unfolds and stories told, we stand alone. Shadows awake the innocent, counting down, we're counting down to the end. remember the feel of the air touch my skin. Am I real? 'Cause I felt something leave from within. I feel empty. Have I got nothing left to give? Am I living? 'Cause I only felt alive with him. I'm driving in the night, the hood down. It's when I feel alive, when no one's around. The darkness deep inside comes to light now. But it's alright, it's alright. I can break no heart if I got none. I won't break apart if I stay on the run. But sometimes in the night I miss the sun. Why did darkness come? I felt my body break, my heart give up. Why did darkness come? I felt the lightning shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Why did darkness come? Why did darkness come? Break, my heart give up. Why did darkness come? I felt the lightning shake me into hell. Why did darkness come? I wanna stay in here where I belong. Why did darkness come? Something keeps waking me up. Nothing left to give. When we break apart, darkness with him. Ooh.
Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they just stay away whenever I try. There's so many things that I keep in my mind. My friends keep me out and it hurts every time. With all the emotions I built up inside, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Sitting lonely in my room again, acting like I'm innocent. Why do I try? 'Cause now I'm feeling like a fool again, thinking I can fool myself by telling me lies. When there's so many things that I keep in my mind, I hang around people I don't even like. If they can be happy and walk with a smile, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time.
Find you. I'm used to waiting. Are you? Would you be waiting there too? I'm used to staying. Would you? Would you be waiting? Would you be waiting? Would you be waiting? Would you be waiting? Find you. I'm used to waiting. Are you? Would you be waiting there too? I'm used to staying. Would you? Would you be waiting? Dopamine when you send pictures. When you send pictures.
It's hard for me to let go, but I think that I'm finally feeling good again. So hard 'cause I loved you, but I'm finally feeling like myself. All of the wounds that were opened by you are now closing. I finally know how to live without hurting myself. I think that I am moving on 'cause I do feel less broken. I needed a sign, this is a sign that I'm healing. I'm finally healing from you. I'm finally healing from you. I'm finally healing. I'm finally healing from you. I'm finally healing. I know I make mistakes, don't mean to come off hardy. I'm just an imperfect person in this imperfect world, but I'm learning my way on it. This means that I'm running through now when I think of you. I'm falling to a picture of you, it would eat me alive. And now when I think of you, I'm fine. And all of the wounds that were opened by you are now closing. I finally know how to live without hurting myself. I think that I am moving on 'cause I do feel less broken. I needed a sign, and this is the sign that I'm healing.
I've been running, running, running away from you. I've been trying, trying, trying to keep my cool. I see what your colors shining, shining through. Yeah, I do, that I do. Is it too much to ask? I don't want you back. I don't want you back. Is it too much to ask? I don't want you back. I don't want you back. No matter distance I cover, you always there. This mother, please let me find another. Feels like you're my silhouette. I'm not easy to forget. Pretend that we never met. I've been running, running, running away from you. I've been trying, trying, trying to keep my cool. I see what your colors shining, shining through. Yeah, I do, that I do. Is it too much to ask? I
You know those words, they hurt me. You'd found out what made me angry, then use it to your ability. Now you're trying to avoid me. You're the big problem here, a bully to many for so many years. Now shut your mouth, close your ears. Never learned your lesson and nobody cares. That's what you're here for, here to make me miserable. I know you get joy out of it. You hurt me but call me the same names again. You know I never liked them, and that's so unforgivable. I know you ruined my childhood. You hurt me and do it all over again. You ruined my childhood. You'd hurt me and do it all over again. You always made sure I was last, never was anyone's friend in class. You always seemed angry and mad, but I know deep down you are so sad. You are so sad. Happy people don't do shit like that. So stop dragging me down. So stop dragging me down. That's what you're here for, here to make me miserable. I know you get joy out of it. You hurt me but call me the same names again. You know I never liked them, and that's so unforgivable. I know you ruined my childhood. You hurt me and do it all over again. You ruined my childhood. You'd hurt me and do it all over again. You'd hurt me and do it all over again. And you know I never liked them, and it's so unforgivable. I know you ruined my childhood. You'd hurt me and do it all over again.
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise.
can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks, I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switching in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
lips, they tasted like those cigarettes. Staring at the moon, we'd go to bed. In my arms, you're safe and sound, without a threat. And I can't wait to see what happens next. How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? We're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. Our lips, they tasted like those cigarettes. Staring at the moon, we'd go to bed. In my arms, you're safe and sound, without a threat. And I can't wait to see what happens next. How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? We're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit young, but I'm all in. We're still a little bit dumb, but I'm all in. A little bit high, a little bit low. I need us to be a little bit high, a little bit low, completely alone.
lake is remnants of a huge ocean.
Actually,
So
here,
this to me looks like it's remnants of like under the
Well,
ocean.
people have a fallacy of the ocean.
Did you say phallus?
The reason what's going on here is there is no North America. So since the Paleozoic, since 600 million years ago, North America has been part of beneath the ocean. So picture the whole continent just under the ocean, 50 feet.
Okay.
And this is what all geology is showing us all the way until recently.
So this could have been under the ocean. And that could be-
Everything, the whole continent is.
Right. So this could be remnants of being.
All rocks are under the ocean rocks.
Yes. Well, doesn't this remind you of something in an aquarium? I get what you're saying. Everything was under the ocean at one point. I
But
understand.
not all rocks look like this one.
So what do you think it is?
I was
Electric
trying to
discharge?
explain a bigger picture. That if North America has always been under the ocean until now,
Okay. Something
what would
after.
what would you conclude?
Well,
There's a lot less ocean water on Earth.
right.
Flyer for the area. Does anyone not have one of these? Let me just use it for now, and then we can get more of these. This is a really comprehensive flyer for a BLM area. I've never seen one quite this good. And it has a lot to do with the fact that this area has been studied very heavily, even though it's in a remote area. It's been studied for over 4 decades. And one of the most comprehensive petroglyph studies ever conducted happened here in the 70s, where they located over 21,000 individual pictographs on rocks. Most of them are petroglyphs, what we're going to see. So, just for a quick lesson, their pictographs are literally paintings on rock, and petroglyphs are when native cultures peck the surface of desert varnish off of typically basalt, which is what we're going to see here. I've created an amendment to the brochure, so if we could just hand some of these out, which just adds to the petroglyphs they got on there, and it might help us, this is good one for you, identify some stuff today, which we'll then talk about tomorrow. Here, test this. And our tour is Squatterman 2022 because we're going to be talking about a unique set of glyphs here, and all of the morphologies of those glyphs are in this little pamphlet, which all have to do with one single concept that we'll talk about at the conference tomorrow. And I'll just give you a quick background on the idea of Peratt's paper. If we were all here in a time in antiquity when there was a huge solar photon storm that came from the sun, and we can just pick the Charlemagne event at 775, 774 AD. If we were all alive at 775 AD, as the sun was setting at the campground, just to the north here, what we would see is a spectacular feature in the sky, which is emanating from the North Pole. It would be emanating from the North Polar Aurora region. The auroral region is a ringed area that we're well aware of for decades, where the aurora emanates, and it's about 18 degrees from the rotational pole of Earth. Now, recent plasma physics have told us, and people like Birkeland, that this is a current. This is a circular electrical current that is coming in the North Pole of Earth, which goes out and it connects to the sun, and then it connects to other places in the solar system. This Birkeland current is where we get the auroral belt. Now, if you look at scale, and we'll see some slides tomorrow where you'll see the scale, the auroral belt is simply the illumination of the edge of that ring on the North Pole, just a few, maybe 100 miles up into the ionosphere. That's it. But if we were to multiply that power by 4 or 5, 10, 100 times, instead of getting aurora, the entire column would illuminate out into space, thousands of miles. So what we'd be looking at here would be a very significant feature in the northern sky that as soon as the sun started to set, you would see. Now, depending on how much power is coming into this Birkeland current, which we call the aurora, you would get different features in the sky. And we're going to see all of them today. You would get the Jacob's Ladder. I'm sure you've all heard of that. which are these types of set of glyphs, actually show the entire discharge feature in whole, in totality. Based on Peratt's studies, the most amount of Z pinches you can get in a plasma instability, which we would be seeing to the north here, is 9. And when you look at all the ladders, the biggest ladder you get, Jacob's ladder, has 9 pinches. So you can get 9 or 7 or 5 or 4, and if you turn it all the way up, it's almost like, you know how we used to fold a dollar bill? When the highest plasma version is the Squatterman. So all of the Z pinches collapse onto the final pinch, and you'll get the top and the bottom of the plasma discharge. So it literally looks like Squatterman, and that's when the 2 dots would light up, which would be all of the 9 Z pinches collapsing to 1 Z pinch. So literally, you'd look to the north here, and it would probably cover a great portion of the sky. You would see a gigantic purple discharge of a Squatterman. Or in an earlier phase,
Feel uninvited. Left home in West LA, I'm not excited. So uninspired. On my way to play the bay while you're alone. This girl's a wonder. She loves me, yeah, she needs to know I love her. I wonder if we'll make through this summer. Just wanna touch like back when we were younger. Yeah. Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me.
I'm so divided, starstruck, but hate has got some indecisive. I'm over fighting, I just can't wake up cold and sleep alone. This boy's some trouble. When he's around, my problems seem like double. His stupid eyes put me on ice, so no, no. Don't slow me down, don't wanna do this solo.
Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me. I can't help myself, you're a drug to me. I just can't get enough. I know this is love, so come close to me while we're still young. Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Why don't you love me, love me, love me? Touch me, touch me, touch me no more. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me, touch me, touch me. Love me, love me, love me. Touch me, touch me, touch me, touch me.
Look left, look right, and I come with a hook right. Hook right, hook right. This what the angles look like. Way up, stood high, taking the view when it look right. And oh, it's the good life, whipping the sauce when I cook like. Look left, look right, yeah, yeah. Come with a hook right. Hook right, hook right, hook right. Make all the man them look twice. I'm way up, stood high, but I've been in the field like Suge Knight, and they know this took time. This what a legacy look like. Taking the view when it look right. And oh, it's the good life. Whipping the sauce when I cook like. Look left, look right, yeah, yeah. Come with a hook right. Hook right, hook right, hook right. Make all the man them look twice. I'm way up, stood
and see what kind of lifeline will be waiting there for me. I need to bury all these fears and let them fade away. I'm not scared, I'm prepared to find myself again. I wanna fly over mountains, I wanna reach the end. I'll rise up from the ashes, I won't burn again. I'll find my way through the bitterness I'm feeling. I won't rest, I won't give up, I'm still healing. I'm still healing. I won't give up, I'm still healing. I fight the pain that I once let kill my vibe. I fear the day that I lose the chance to fight. So I stand up tall, ready to face it all again. And I will not fall, I won't lose again. I wanna fly over mountains, I wanna reach the end. I'll rise up from the ashes, and I won't burn again. I'll find my way through the bitterness I'm feeling. I won't rest, I won't give up, I'm still healing. I'm still healing. I'm still healing. I won't give up, I'm still healing. I won't give up, I'm still healing.
It used to be so simple. Haven't got a clue as to why the world is filled with lies. But then again, we're sinful, 'cause we keep the truth to ourselves. Maybe we're hypnotized. This is I've been living, shit's too serious, but I can't advance this. I've been living, but I can't abandon with our eyes wide open, we won't miss a thing that you do. You better watch what you keep from us before it's too late to go back. Our economy is broken. We shouldn't have to kill ourselves to serve someone else. This is I've been living, falling. I'm far from perfect, but I know what my worth is, more than you're giving. What goes up, comes back down. What goes out, comes around. You're so dumb or reckless, you already reckless. What goes up, comes back down, and your day will come around. And I don't wanna fix this, you already like this. For good. What goes up, comes back down. What goes out, comes around. What goes up, comes back down, and your day will come around. Oh no. What goes up, comes back down. What goes out, comes around. You're so dumb and reckless, you already reckless. What goes up, comes back down, and your day will come around. And I don't wanna fix this, you already like this. For good. What goes up, comes back down. What goes out, comes around. You're so dumb and reckless, you already reckless. What goes up, comes back down, and your day will come around. And I don't wanna fix this, you already like this. For good. Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like I'm in the soul for Tell me, can you hear this symphony? I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like Fire burns as the feelings start. I put a wall around my heart, but you're breaking it down. It falls to the ground, 'cause I had lost what you just found. The noise all around, I'm drowning it out, like we're the only ones in the crowd. 'Cause you save me now, save me now, save me now, save me now, save me Fire burns as the feelings start. I put a wall around my heart, but you're breaking it down. It falls to the ground, 'cause I had lost what you just found. The noise all around, I'm drowning it out, like we're the only ones in the crowd. 'Cause you save me now, save me now, save me now, save me now, save me now.
You would wipe away my tears, so sincere. Turn gray skies to blue. You won't ever change your ways, doing what you do. Well, you can keep on talking, talking. No one say I'll be nothing, nothing. The same old thing again, again. Well, I know so walking, walking. Guess this time I'm not joking, joking. All I know is again, again. Well, with a broken heart, tell me if I deserve this feeling. I thought that you knew that we had something special till you end up all this way. Please tell me when you left me bleeding. With a broken heart, tell me why I deserve this feeling. I thought that you loved me, I thought that you need me till you end up all this way. Have you forgot all the moments while we had was so true? This world was made for two. I did it Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Trace of the night on the way back down from the sky where you left my soul. Can you help me fly? I can't resist, 'cause you have got and light every side. You fade the dark inside. The living light shines. Feeling's gone and I am left alone with a trace of the night on the way back down from the sky where you left my soul. Can you help me fly? I can't resist, 'cause you have got a hold on me and all these thoughts. When you are here, you light up the dark sides. To live in the night shine. You take my life and light every side. You fade the dark inside. The living light shines.
Flashing lights dance with fire in the night. I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by. Is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? 'Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. Moving through all my feels, you're blurring out my vision. Watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do? 'Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
like the lights, but it's camera time. Said take the picture, but you rolled your eyes. Now I'm mortified and still terrorized. Push me behind to get me from my better side. I wanna push you back, but that's all you want. Wanna wrap me up, I'm holding back. Trying to get me framed from me in cuffs. Said I attacked you, that's just a false truth. No need to argue, and yeah, I've had enough. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. There's more to me. Everywhere I try to go alone, I find you there. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. Oh, there's more to me. Anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. I find you there. I'm so scared to leave my house, so I cannot run free from this. Always being watched by you, and that's so inconsiderate. My privacy, does that exist? Probably haven't heard of it. Need to live a different life, cause lights and cameras are in it. Trying to find a silver lining. All I wanna do is avoid the violence, but you're here again, I'm losing it. There's no more screaming in silence. Get out my face, turn off the flash. I hate the fame, no more of that. Leave me alone or I'll collapse. I need a break, don't feel the crack. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. There's more to me. Everywhere I try to go alone, I find you there. Yeah, yeah. You follow me anywhere I try to be alone, I find you there. Oh,
once just like you. No, I was once just like you. Oh, I was once just like you.
Let's go. Just like you, no, I was once just like you. Oh, I was once just like you. Let's go.
Seeing monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, until our last breath, every heartbeat. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. If you go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarm and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. If you go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you sound the alarms and the chaos is rising, leading the charge, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army.
I don't
see your face, I can feel it coming back. These shivers are every day. Whoa, I say it's over, I get out of bed and leave, yeah. Just like that, I got the shivers. Whenever I would think about you, now that I left, I live without you. I'm on my own again. I got the shivers. Whenever you went out of line, yeah. Now it's like everything is fine, yeah. 'Cause now I'm alone again. without you. I remember myself, my name. Forgot about all you tried to change. Familiar was the sound of your voice as I continue to walk on by. It has been a year and now I'm living on the line. It has been a year and now I'm thinking what's mine, that I'm better off right here without you. That I'm better off right here without you. That I'm better off right here without you. Forgetful, I admit that I've lost my place. My memory's gone erased. Like a scratch, only the scar remains. For we are better apart. The pain is still like the stars above. There's no love I cannot see. And in a moment, that's when I knew I'm better off right here without you.
thank God that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. If I quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Oh man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Working for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have them yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing, yup. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. They saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple steps, yo. Everybody wanna do the same thing. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switching the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. Glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks. I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switching the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
roses set me apart. All I felt was bliss, but you were never there, you were never. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Baby, just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. Down in empty streets, looking for joy. I don't wanna admit I'm better on my own, better on my own. You say we're not meant for each other. I'm not sure of this. I won't give up on this, I won't give up. Cause I don't wanna behave like the wanna flee, like the wanna leave. I'll never surrender, but ever remember my lover. Did you give up on me? Have you never learned a lesson? Sorry, I will never be even in your dreams, the one you wanna see. Think it better go someplace I don't know, cause I got your picture on my mind. I want us to be what we used to be this night. Baby, just another fight, but you don't wanna see me cry. There is no way that it's never going there. I think it better and I swear I'll follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. Think it better and I swear follow you no matter where. If I walk to the sea, maybe I never say fall into the light. Every time I try to breathe, but you're right, you carry me. But I've loved and I have died. So I won't hold back, and you should know that it's never good, just have regrets. So I won't go back, oh, but it got me to forget the time I lost, moonshine back. When I drove down to Abyss, while I blamed the world then I shine right so I won't hold back, and you should know that was never gone, just have regrets. So I won't go back, oh, but it got me to forget the time I lost. Won't let me forget. need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me.
It don't matter where we go, it don't matter where we stay tonight. 'Cause when I'm with you, yeah, I know everything will be alright. It don't matter what we say, it don't matter how we make things right. 'Cause when I'm with you, yeah, I know everything will be alright. When I'm with you, when I'm with you, everything will be alright. When I'm with you. It don't matter where we go, it don't matter if we lose it all. 'Cause when I'm with you, yeah, I know everything will be alright. It don't matter if we fall down into the darkest place we know. 'Cause when I'm with you, yeah, I know everything will be alright. When I'm with you.
You see the sunrise in front of us. Eyes open like boats and stories, holding still. Shadows already fade in the sense. Counting down, we're counting down to the endless.
Just another doorway to open up and see what kind of lifeline will be waiting there for me. I need to bury all these fears and let them fade away. I'm not scared, I'm prepared to find myself again. I wanna fly over mountains, I wanna reach the end. I'll rise up from the ashes, I wanna burn again. I'll find my way through the bitterness I'm feeling. I won't rest, I won't give up, I'm still healing. I'm still healing. I won't give up, I'm still healing. I fight the pain that I once let kill my vibe. I fear the day that I lose the chance to fight. So I stand up tall, ready to face it all again. And I will not fall, I won't lose again. I wanna fly over mountains, I wanna reach the end. I'll rise up from the ashes, I won't burn again. I'll find my way through the bitterness Get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. I want it one more time. I really need to make it right. Energy, I overdose. Cause I'm ready to reload. I need it one more time. But baby, then again twice. But I don't know if I'm ready to let go. I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna hit it one more night with you. With you. I am committed cause I know it's you I want. Hope I never see you go home. Oh, come along.
I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna have you one more night.
I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. Ooh, this time I wanna take it slow. I don't need my phone. I know how to picture in my mind the nights with you. I'm ready to enjoy the ride. I don't wanna die, but I could die in your arms. Cause I don't need to live forever. I don't need to live forever. Cause I don't. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. And every way you keep me started a fire now, then let go in me, deep, baby. I'll be right back here to see you just one more time.
Fire burns as the feeling starts. I build a wall around my heart, but you're breaking it down. It falls to the ground. 'Cause I have lost what you just found. Your noise all around. I'm drowning it out. Like we're the only ones in the crowd. 'Cause you save me now. 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 stars, they find me. You shine so bright, it haunts me. I'm lost in this thick black sea of hopes for you and me. In the night I see you walking my way, sailing on my soul on your light. Come find me, I'm reaching out to you. You came with a warning. I should have seen it. My bad for falling. I'm far from perfect, but I know what my worth is. More than you're giving. What goes up comes back down. What goes out comes around. You're so dumb or reckless. You already wrecked this. What goes up comes back down. And your day will come around. And I don't wanna fix this. You already wrecked this. For good. What goes up comes back down. What goes out comes around. What goes up comes back down, and your day will come around. Oh no. What goes up comes back down. What goes out comes around. You're so dumb and reckless. You already wrecked this. What goes up comes back down, and your day will come around. I don't wanna fix this. You already wrecked this. But
just walk right out the door. Don't wanna do this anymore. Now I'm lost without you. You drive me crazy out my mind. How'd you do this every time? Now I'm lost without you. Used to be the one I talk to when I'm sad. Can't you see now tainted love is all we have? Our issues run so deep, now when I try to sleep I feel so bad. I should leave and by the time it's done I'll be gone. So distant when you're home, always hanging by your phone. Do I even know you? And I get paranoid sometimes, 'cause I know that you ain't mine, and I'm lost without you. You still be the one I talk to when I'm sad. Can't you see now tainted love is all we have? Our issues run so deep, now when I try to sleep I feel so bad. I should leave and by the time it's done I'll be
Attention projectionist. Attention projectionist. Adjust the lens so that your picture will be focused properly before the show starts.
After publishing my video report on bank bail-ins, a contractor for the European Central Bank, who asked that his name be withheld for security reasons, contacted me with the following information. Shortly after the FDIC meeting that went viral, my source was assigned an urgent project related to bail-in capability for the European Central Bank, or ECB. Bail-ins is when the bank steals money directly from people's accounts, just like we saw in Cyprus in 2013. The project goal is to build a data infrastructure for the financial market infrastructures, which are the networks that allow financial transactions to take place, to report to the ECB about the capability of banks and capital markets to absorb losses and to execute bail-ins as quickly and efficiently as possible. This urgent project makes it clear that the ECB is expecting a system collapse and that they know it is uncontrollable and unforeseeable. The current security requirements do not legally compel the banks to provide information to the ECB. If a bank is insolvent, they have no incentive to tell the ECB, and so the ECB is not targeting banks directly, but rather financial intermediaries like SWIFT and large settlement houses. The purpose of this contractor's job is to provide a way for the ECB to pinpoint which banks are insolvent and where the collapse will stem from. This is being done by creating large data lakes, which an engineer can analyze and find meaning at a graphical level. How much bail-ins each bank has to execute, and how much of a loss they can take. This is evidence that the ECB is definitely planning on bail-ins as a means of surviving an imminent collapse. And when this occurs, we can expect multiple banks to close and stock markets around the world to shut down, as the banks steal as much money from the people as they deem necessary. Most of this work is being done in private, but there are pieces of information available to the public on the EU's SRB website, including operational guidance on bail-in implementation and the operational guidance on bail-in playbooks. The ECB contractor has also pointed out that the latest directives for the European Union's digital service providers states that governments shall appoint trusted bodies for internet domain registry, meaning that the government will have the sole authority on who is able to have a website, and that these new security directives allow a gaping hole for a major cyber attack, which official commentators are ignoring. This is Greg Reese.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson sashayed into Washington yesterday, trying to sell lawmakers on a new world war. So naturally, as we told you last night, we invited him on this show. Boris Johnson is a famously articulate man. He's the kind of guy who can quote Aeschylus from memory in a dinner toast and still make you laugh. So we figured he was perfect. If there is one person on Earth who might plausibly explain how a war between nuclear-armed Western powers could benefit anyone but China, that man would be Boris Johnson. So we made the offer, and Johnson said he was interested in coming on. But then, a few hours before airtime, his publicist called to say that Boris Johnson wasn't coming. And that meant that Boris Johnson, reputed to be the smartest leader of any English-speaking country in the world, did not want to publicly defend his position on Ukraine. He was afraid to take questions about it. We found that disappointing, not just because we had assumed Johnson was more impressive than that, but mostly because it is a subject that badly needs to be debated, and soon. Millions would die in the war that Boris Johnson is promoting. The public has a right to know, why are we doing this, before it starts? And as you can probably tell, it looks like it's starting very soon. So that was our experience with Boris Johnson yesterday. Given all that, we were shocked, actually shocked, this afternoon to see Johnson show up at a neocon think tank called the Atlantic Council and say this.
I've been amazed and horrified by how many people are frightened of a guy called Tucker Carlson. Has anybody heard of Tucker Carlson? What is it with this guy? All these wonderful Republicans seem somehow intimidated by his perspective.
All these cowards in Washington are afraid of this show, Boris Johnson said derisively. Yet somehow he never mentioned that he is one of them. Again, we had just invited Johnson on this show hours before he said that. It was remarkable and remarkably dishonest. We knew that Johnson himself was a coward. We watched during COVID as he transitioned into a terrified old woman. But we had no idea he was also a liar. We should have known. There is no popular support in this country or in any country in Europe for what Boris Johnson is now pushing. The overwhelming majority of people understand that a third world war would mean the destruction of the West. They don't want that. Why would they want that? They live here. Only the Chinese government wants that. And yet, despite that total lack of popular support, it looks like as of tonight, we're going to have that war anyway. And that war will be waged, connoisseurs of irony will be delighted to know, in the name of, quote, democracy. We're going to have a war for democracy that nobody voted for or wants. Shouldn't we have a popular referendum on the war for democracy? No. It's almost hilarious, really. But it's sad, too, and you've got to wonder how it happened. A year after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we are much farther from a negotiated settlement and much, much closer to a nuclear conflict. How? Well, that happened because of lying. Dishonesty made it possible. Consider the amazing case of Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. Graham is the most aggressively liberal Republican in the U.S. Senate. On the two issues that define our moment, immigration and foreign policy, Lindsey Graham is strongly on Joe Biden's side. Lindsey Graham believes that Ukraine's borders are much more important than our own borders. Here he is last month demanding that American taxpayers, who were themselves being invaded even as Lindsey Graham was speaking, that American taxpayers must send M1 Abrams tanks to Zelensky and his wife. Watch.
We're almost in World War I type battle conditions in the east. It's impossible, in my view, to dislodge the Russians by the Ukrainians unless they have tanks. We also believe that longer-range rockets will help stop the counteroffensive that is building in the east. The goal is to dislodge the Russians from Ukraine by helping the Ukrainian military in that endeavor, give them the weapons they need to beat the Russians on the battlefield.
So there he is standing with fake war hero Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, who may be almost as liberal as Lindsey Graham. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't an impromptu press conference. It was part of a strategy. And not long after that, Joe Biden indeed dutifully sent the tanks. Now, Lindsey Graham is demanding that the Pentagon send F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine. Arming the Ukrainian military with F-16s would mean direct American involvement in a war against nuclear-armed Russia. From there, it is a direct and possibly very short line to a nuclear exchange. It is lunacy. True lunacy. But it's also Lindsey Graham's stated position. He's an utterly committed neocon. Neocon politics are what he cares about to the exclusion of everything else. He has no children. He's not worried about the future. But you knew that, of course. Here's the weird and revealing part, and the reason we're telling you all of this. Lindsey Graham is the most flamboyant neocon in the Senate, but he is also simultaneously a passionate Donald Trump supporter. In fact, Lindsey Graham is Donald Trump's #1 booster in the United States Senate. Well, that's bizarre. Whatever else he may be, Donald Trump is not a neocon. The neocons hate Donald Trump. They run from him as the devil hates holy water. Trump famously ran against the neocons, and then he mocked the neocons, and then he tried to fix the destruction they had wrought on America's foreign policy. He was the first Republican ever to criticize the Iraq War in the debate. Remember where? South Carolina. And he won because of it. And then he criticized NATO. No one criticizes NATO. Trump criticized NATO. NATO is Donald Trump's obsession. He's talked about NATO for 10 years. Why are we funding NATO? NATO also happens to be Joe Biden and Lindsey Graham's instrument in the war against Russia in Ukraine. That's the opposite of Trump's position. And by the way, that position has not changed. Just today, Donald Trump released 2 videos on Truth Social, his social media app. One video was called Why the Russia-Ukraine War Never Would Have Happened Under President Trump. And of course, that's true, it wouldn't have. And the other video was entitled How to Restore Peace Through Strength. So that's Trump's position. Those are from today. Donald Trump represents everything that Lindsey Graham despises. In fact, to the point you'd think Graham would denounce him as a tool of Putin, as he has so often denounced others.
2,100 feet of metal, 17 miles out in the desert, in an austere portion of Holloman Air Force Base, the Magnetic Levitation Test Track, or MagLev, is where man and machine come together to achieve the unthinkable. On March 4th, 2016, the 846 Test Squadron made history when they broke the world land speed record on a magnetic levitation rail twice in 1 week.
To head on a road trip to Los Lunes, and looks like we're having balloon liftoff over here by my house. Ain't that cool? Just walked out and saw a big balloon. Alright, so check it out. We came to visit Bill Sibley on our 420 TV road trip, and he's building this cool giant dome for a greenhouse right here. And it looks awesome.
This is a zip tie domes, trademarked, and they have lots of different frequencies of domes. You got your 2V, your 3V, 3.5, your 3V, 5.8, and 6 frequency. They also do octagonal, hexagonal, and another one I can't even pronounce.
Yeah.
So,
and just imagine how many you could put trees, vines.
It's a trademarked, patented for his way of connecting these hubs.
Yeah.
Just zip ties.
And then here, check this out. It just goes right in here, and then you put these metal zip ties through this.
Yeah, you can use metal. I've just used the cheap one so I could build it fast and tear it apart and build it again, tear it apart. I wanted to get some practice.
Yeah, so he's figured out how to put them up really fast just using the plastic, but then when you put it up permanent, you put the metal ones in here.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
And then he has also what's called a dual covering hub, which is a ring that's around the outside of this, so that you just zip tie your plastic right here.
Oh,
on
cool.
the inside and outside. These are just standard hubs.
So that makes the installation of the cover pretty easy too.
And he doesn't do the half-inch PVC anymore because it's just too flexible. It's good for like small kid gems, but 3/4 is what he really likes to do. He also likes to go with 3/4 EMT and 1-inch EMT and 1.5-inch PVC.
Sweet.
So you can do this in 1.5-inch PVC if you really want some serious structure.
So we're gonna send the drone up in a minute and kind of show you what it looks like from above and the area and stuff. Yeah, and you can see it's super strong there. Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty dang heavy, and that's
right.
Back around, back in here, and flows back out into the Rio Porco.
Cool. Let's go check this out up here. Maybe we
Look
can...
at that hillside over there. Remember all that stuff I was pointing at?
Yeah.
Oh, the water is kind of like weird alien landscape and stuff.
A washed out hole over there.
What's out over here? See that mounted area?
Yeah.
What's it look like? Make out anything on it? Like pottery?
No, not really. Well, let's see.
Somebody's out here shooting plates.
No.
You're trying to get some footage of the other side. At least go up and see the fence and get a video of the gate. It says you can't look.
All right. Where'd that be over there?
Basically over there, this is like pottery.
Yeah.
It would be everywhere. This is obviously somebody shooting.
Somebody cup, whatever.
Black stuff. But over there, it's unglazed pottery.
I wonder if there's stuff in these washed out spots here.
We crossed over there on that side.
Yeah. Well, let's set up the drone, see if we can fly it over there.
Isn't it crazy what it looks like here?
Yeah, you can fall in
Look
them.
at all these sinkholes. Why is this all weirded out?
Yeah,
And
that's
then
crazy.
After seeing all this stuff, right, you look down here and it's like a swamp of water.
Yeah.
And it literally comes in way over there, comes around here, comes around, comes back, and flows back, and then goes out. And it's like, I showed that video of it, and this guy was all like, you walked all the way around it. And I'm like, yeah, and this is what it looks like at the entrance to it. And he's like, there's no way. The undercurrent goes into the cul-de-sac area and flows back out as topwater. I swear you should be able to see all kinds of stuff over there.
It's probably just our angle.
Yeah, that's it right there. You see all those fences?
Yeah.
That's Pottery Mound, I guess.
See if we can get the drone to launch, maybe.
It looks like solid ground.
No, I'd stay on the ridge.
You can get within like maybe 4 to 5 feet.
Ah, we can fly all over there.
It's going to see pottery all covering the ground.
All right. Yeah, and plus the sun probably ought to light it up.
Well, when we first came up on it, when we started getting close,
yeah,
we thought it was a chain link fence around it.
Oh, well.
The shininess of the unfired pottery.
Yeah.
It looked like, but as we got closer, we saw there's no chain link fence here. Where's all that look come from? And then littering the ground, like everywhere, is shiny, unglazed pottery.
All right, let's try to set it up and see if it'll go.
actually be entrances into the, like windows in the wall.
You put the drone back in the box?
Yes.
And I'll even put in a
Pressure battery?
yeah. See what happens.
Because I've looked all over the internet, there's no drone footage of the Pottery Mound. But if you're not flying directly over it and you're looking at it from an angle off the Rio Porco, I don't care. You can fly it right on top of the thing. What do you mean, why not? It's straight for that fenced area over there.
Alright, just straight across?
Yeah, straight across over to that fenced area. Kind of look down. Oh, did you lose your gasket too? No, that was a while ago.
Says it's disconnected. But I'm still flying it. What do you mean? This thing going screwy for?
We in a really restricted area or something?
No, it said that the battery was disconnected again, but it was, and it also said it was disconnected, but yet it was still letting me control it. I don't know.
You think it got rattled in the crash?
No, it was in the back.
Oh, G-force.
I don't get it. It says it's disconnected, but it's listening.
So you can't see?
Yeah, I can see it.
You're going that way, I want you to go that way.
Right there where all the main things are sticking up?
Yeah, all the poles that are sticking up over there.
I want to record it. What am I doing?
And see if that's just a gated entry, or if there's actually a mound there. It looks like there was a mound straight out from us right here. And that's where we find most of the potteries, because they were just pushing all this dirt with 7 bulldozers into that area to cover it. And I bet you it's that shiny stuff right there. Again, you can see your drone now.
Should be right over the fence.
Oh, I can see it now. Okay, so you're south of the fence, and you're past the fence.
Yeah, I can see it right here.
Okay, so go this way slowly and see if you start seeing like shiny spots on the ground.
Hot battery temperature. Fuck.
Bring it back.
I don't know if it'll make it back, but we'll try.
I'll watch for it. I can see it right now.
Son of a bitch, what is going on? It's just too hot outside? I mean, I've already flown it in this kind of heat lots of times already.
It's going straight up now. Think it might be dirty on the inside?
I don't know what's going on.
It looks like it's either coming our way, but it's climbing.
Yeah, it's coming back. This whole thing's like going screwy. It's opening up menus. What the hell is going on?
I don't know, dude. Let's come back out where we don't have to go dig for it. Mud.
We did this one time and it kept trying to go somewhere else to land. It should come back to where it was. I don't know. Yeah, I don't look. It's like the AI controls it whenever it does that, so it's like doing its own thing, and I'm trying to make sure it got over here though, because it was trying to go up to the safe distance to fly over shit. But there ain't nothing out here.
Yeah. Well, it was weird.
I don't know what's going on. It says it's disconnected when it's not, and it's not.
Did you get any video?
Yeah, I recorded that whole trip, so we can look at it later.
All right.
Maybe it's this thing's hot as shit. The actual controller. It's hot as balls too. Let's see.
That was fun.
Nope, that's it.
It's hot as shit.
Yeah. What the fuck, really? But what I'm saying is I've been out in the desert in several places when it's hot as shit flying this, and it seemed to be fine.
Is it dirty now? Time to take it apart and blow it out with one of those air cans.
Yeah. We got a manual thing at my house.
Okay.
No shit, we stole it from one of those snowman things.
Oh, okay.
And it blows out all the shit real good if you keep going.
Okay.
Well, fuck. Yeah, it's a temperature protection battery is too high, it will shut down. I'll save it time.
Wow, it got hot quick though, huh?
Yeah, I don't get that. Why it's so fucking hot.
It's 100 degrees already.
Yeah. Well, fuck it. We're going to have to use the old-fashioned camera. Yeah, turn that off, turn that off, turn that off.
Maybe I'll take your camera and try to zoom in more finely.
Yeah.
I can see a hillside where you can see pottery.
Hey, here you go.
Look all along right in that area.
Yeah, I scanned the top there. But we're like level with it, so.
Yeah. Well, it should be like on a hillside. There should be pottery. But, you know, I figured there was enough pottery to fill about 30 or 40, backpacks when we went there.
Yeah, I remember you showed me the foot. I mean, it was kind of laggy, but I got the hint about how much stuff was there. Yeah, I'm not just seeing it. You know what it is, though, is it's this time of day where the heat's going like that.
And stuff, and it doesn't want to let you focus on anything.
No, but when it's in that thing, it looked like that stuff's kind of in a ring right there. Where that taller stuff is. It's like sticks in a ring.
Yeah. Ranchers might not like it. What?
All right, so we're with Bill. We're gonna go see that. Tell me what it's called, because I always mess up.
Los Lunas Decalogue.
Decalogue. I always mess that word up, but here we are. We're gonna go climb.
Shortened down version of the Ten Commandments.
All right. So we're gonna climb up there and check it out. All right. Here it is. Wow.
If you want to go to the altar.
Yeah, we'll go check that out here.
It's steep and sore footing. And it's even worse coming down at dark. The actual road for the dump.
What's up, dude?
The fence when we get to the other side.
Look at that guy, Loston.
Find something?
This big lizard right here looking at us. See him?
Yeah, I just saw him zip up there. He's pretty good size.
Yeah.
For this area. God must be protecting him, or he's watching us now.
Right, so here's the stone right here. I'll even get up with the macro lens. And actually, we're doing it wrong, so it'll be over here. And it'll start this way.
Now, in this text is 3 errors. And I say that those 3 errors are literally a riddle.
A riddle.
A riddle.
So tell us about this stone as far as you know it. Here, Bill.
As far as I know, the first sighting of it was by Francis Hooning, the landowner for this area. One of his hands brought him to the stone. That would have been in the 1820s. And then in the 1880s, a rubbing of it made it to the territorial capital, which is a small town up above on the Turquoise Trail. Then in the 1908 or something, it got to Santa Fe. And then in Santa Fe, it got into the newspaper, and the first photo was taken for the Albuquerque newspaper in 1926. At that time, Frank Hiven was a boy, and he became the head of archaeology at UNM in Albuquerque. And he was never allowed to deal with this site. He instead dealt with Pottery Mound, which is 5 miles east and south of here on the Rio Porco. But he himself was not allowed to deal with this, nor was he allowed to deal with who created Pottery Mound, just the Kiva art that was found after when they did some archaeology investigation. This is the script of Moses, 700 years plus after Moses, literally 50, 100 years before Babylon.
Yeah, so this whole thing, this is not Hebrew. This is
the script of Moses, not the script of the Golden Age coming out of Babylon.
Okay,
which
so
is what the Torah is written in.
So this is also known as Proto-Hebrew.
No, Proto-Hebrew is the script of Abraham.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Paleo is this.
Paleo.
Yeah. The script of Abraham can be found in Colorado at the Purgatory River Valley. There's like a huge wall art on the river, like 260 feet long, and it's the script of Abraham. And Abraham's script is more actionable shapes than straight lines. You know, you can look up.
Well, just the fact that this is what it is makes it unlikely a hoax, because
nobody knew what this said until 1960s, when they finally translated the 33 code script Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, and what's the odds on somebody in the 1800s already knowing that stuff?
Like slim and
yeah, that's almost no chance of that.
A few characters here, a few characters there. Nothing of a script, of an actual full writing was known of this.
In the winter of 1983, archival research expert David Dodge and former Baltimore police investigator Tom Dunn were searching for evidence of government corruption in public records stored in the Belfast Library on the coast of Maine. By chance, they discovered the library's oldest authentic copy of the Constitution of the United States, printed in 1825. Both men were stunned to see that this document included a 13th Amendment that no longer appears on current copies of the Constitution. Moreover, after studying the amendment's language and historical context, they realized the principal intent of this missing 13th Amendment was to prohibit attorneys from serving in government. So began a 7-year nationwide search for the truth surrounding the most bizarre constitutional puzzle in American history: the unlawful removal of a ratified amendment from the Constitution of the United States. Dodge and Dunn have uncovered additional copies of the Constitution with the missing 13th Amendment, printed in at least 18 separate publications by 10 different states and territories over 4 decades, from 1822 to 1860. In June of 1991, Dodge uncovered the evidence that this missing 13th Amendment had indeed been lawfully ratified by the state of Virginia and was therefore an authentic amendment to the United States Constitution. If the evidence is correct, and no logical errors have been made, a 13th Amendment restricting lawyers from serving in government was ratified in 1819 and removed from our Constitution during the tumult of the unpleasantness between the Union and the Confederacy. Since the amendment was never lawfully repealed, it is still law today. The implications are enormous. The story of the missing amendment is complex and at times confusing because the political issues and vocabulary of the American Revolution were different from our own. However, there are essentially two issues. What does the amendment mean, and was the amendment ratified? Before we consider the issue of ratification, we should first understand the amendment's meaning and consequent current relevance. The missing 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States reads as follows: If any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, receive, or retain any title of nobility or honor, or shall without the consent of Congress accept and retain any present, pension, office, or emolument of any kind whatever from any emperor, king, prince, or foreign power, such person shall cease to be a citizen of the United States, and shall be incapable of holding any office of trust or profit under them or either of them. At the first reading, the meaning of this 13th Amendment, also called the Title of Nobility Amendment, seems obscure and unimportant. The references to nobility, honor, emperor, king, and prince lead us to dismiss this amendment as a petty post-revolutionary act of spite directed against the British monarchy. In our modern world, anti-royalist sentiments seem so archaic and quaint that the amendment should probably be ignored, right? Nope. And if you believe this, search my YouTube video library for Queen Elizabeth. When you've finished viewing those uploads, come back to this one and finish watching it. In short, the British monarchy's influence and meddling in our government, from legal proceedings to our elections at all levels, poses as much, if not more, of a threat to our republic today than any time in our nation's history. Let's consider some evidence of its historical significance. First, titles of nobility were prohibited in both Article 6 of the Articles of Confederation, 1777, and Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution of the United States, 1778. Second, although already prohibited by the Constitution, an additional title of nobility amendment was proposed in 1789, again in 1810, and, according to Dodge, finally ratified in 1819. Clearly, the Founding Fathers saw such a serious threat in titles of nobility and honors that anyone receiving them would forfeit their citizenship. Since our government prohibited titles of nobility several times over 4 decades and went through the amending process, even though titles of nobility were already prohibited by the Constitution, it's obvious that the amendment carried much more significance for our Founding Fathers than is readily apparent today. In order to understand the meaning of the missing 13th Amendment, first we need to understand its historical context, the era surrounding the American Revolution. Today, we tend to regard the notion of our constitutional republic as benign, harmless, and politically unremarkable. But at the time of the American Revolution, King George III and other monarchies of Europe perceived our form of government as an unnatural, ungodly ideological threat, every bit as dangerous as communism was once regarded by modern Western nations. Just as the 1917 Communist Revolution in Russia spawned other revolutions around the world, the American Revolution provided an example and an incentive for people all over the world to overthrow their European monarchs. Although the Treaty of Paris ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, our mere existence threatened the European monarchies. The United States stood as a heroic model for other nations and inspired them to also struggle against oppressive monarchies. The French Revolution and the Polish national uprising were, in part, encouraged by the American Revolution. Although we stood like a beacon of hope for most of the world, the monarchies regarded the United States as a political threat, the principal source of radical government that was destroying monarchies around the world. They concluded that if the principal source of that infection, our constitutional republic, could be undermined, the rest of the world might avoid the contagion and their monarchies would be saved. Their survival at stake, the monarchies sought to subvert the United States system of government. Having learned that we couldn't be destroyed militarily, they resorted to more covert methods of political subversion, employing spies and secret agents skilled in bribery and legal deception. Because governments run on money, and most politicians run for money, money was and is the primary enticement to commit treason. Much of the British monarchy's counter-revolutionary efforts emanated from British banks. The essence of banking was once explained by Sir Josiah Stamp, a former president of the Bank of England. The modern banking system manufactures money out of nothing. The process is perhaps the most astounding piece of sleight of hand that was ever invented. Banking was conceived in inequality and born in sin. Bankers own the earth. Take it away from them, but leave them the power to create money, and with a flick of a pen, they'll create enough money to buy it back again. Take this power away from them, and all great fortunes like mine will disappear, for then this would be a better and happier world to live in. If you want to continue to be the slaves of bankers and pay the cost of your own slavery, then let bankers continue to create money and control credit. The last great abuse of our banking system caused the Depression of the 1930s. Today's abuses may cause another. The savings and loan and bank scandals illustrate the ongoing relationships between banks, lawyers, politicians, and government agencies. These scandals are a direct result of years of lawbreaking by an alliance of bankers and lawyers, using their influence and money to corrupt the political process and rob the public. You think you're not being robbed? Guess who paid for the bailouts, taxpayer? You did. The systematic robbery of productive individuals by parasitic bankers and lawyers, that's not a recent phenomenon. It's a tradition that predates the Bible and spread from Europe to the United States, despite early colonial prohibitions. When the first United States Bank was chartered by Congress in 1790, there were only 3 state banks in existence. At one time, banks were prohibited by law in most states because many of the early settlers were all too familiar with the practices of the European goldsmith banks. Goldsmith banks were safe houses used to store clients' gold. In exchange for the deposited gold, customers were issued notes, paper money, which were redeemable in gold. The goldsmith bankers quickly succumbed to the temptation to issue extra notes, unbacked by gold. Why? Because the extra notes enriched the bankers by allowing them to buy property with notes for gold that they didn't own, gold that didn't even exist. Colonists knew that bankers occasionally printed too much paper money and found themselves over-leveraged and caused a run on the bank. If the bankers lacked sufficient gold to meet the demand, the paper money became worthless and common citizens left holding the paper were ruined. Although over-leveraged bankers were sometimes hung, the bankers continued printing extra money to increase their fortunes at the expense of the productive members of society. This practice continues to this day and offers sweetheart loans to bank insiders and even provides the foundation for deficit spending and our federal government's unbridled growth. If the colonists forgot the lessons of goldsmith bankers, the American Revolution refreshed their memories. To finance the war, Congress authorized the printing of continental bills of credit in an amount not to exceed $200 million. The states issued another $200 million in paper notes. Ultimately, the value of the paper money fell so low that they were soon traded on speculation from 5,000 to 1,000 paper bills for 1 coin. It's often suggested that our Constitution's prohibition against a paper economy, no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts, was a tool of the wealthy to be worked to the disadvantage of all others. But only in a paper economy can money reproduce itself and increase the claims of the wealthy at the expense of the productive. Paper money, said Palatia Webster, polluted the equity of our laws, turned them into engines of oppression, corrupted the justice of our public administration, destroyed the fortunes of thousands who had confidence in it, enervated the trade, husbandry, and manufactures of our country, and went far to destroy the morality of our people. Here's an example of an attempt by the monarchy and the banks that almost succeeded in destroying the United States. According to the Tennessee laws, in the 1794 Jay Treaty, the United States agreed to pay 600,000 pounds sterling to King George III as reparations for the American Revolution. The Senate ratified the treaty in secret session and ordered that it not be published. When Benjamin Franklin's grandson published it anyway, the exposure and the resulting public uproar so angered the Congress that it passed the Alien and Sedition Acts, so federal judges could prosecute editors and publishers for reporting the truth about the government. Since we won the revolution, why would the senators agree to pay reparations to the loser? And why would they agree to pay 600,000 pounds in silver 11 years after the revolution ended? It doesn't make any sense. Unless you assume that those senators had been bribed to serve the British crown. That would account for their fury when Franklin's grandson published their secret agreement to pay 600,000 pounds sterling as reparations for the revolution. To increase their own wealth, they betrayed their country and the American people. How is it that they weren't strung up as soon as their sedition was exposed? How unfortunate that the American people didn't take care of business when they had the opportunity. If they had, in the nearest public square, with plenty of onlookers and the press to bear witness, future elected officials would have thought twice when approached by Crown agents that offered wealth in return for treason. Don't you think? The Jeffersonians opposed the United States Bank from the beginning, but the Federalists, the pro-monarchy party, they won out, and it was established. The initial capitalization was $10 million, 80% of which would be owned by foreign bankers. Since the bank was authorized to lend up to $20 million, it was a profitable deal for both the government and the bankers, since they could lend and collect interest on $10 million that didn't even exist. However, the European bankers outfoxed the government, and by 1796 the United States government owed the bank $6,200,000 and was forced to sell its shares. By 1802, the U.S. government owned no stock in the United States Bank. The sheer power of the banks and their ability to influence representative government by economic manipulation and outright bribery was exposed in 1811, when the people discovered that European banking interests owned 80% of the bank. The U.S. Congress, therefore, refused to renew the bank's charter. This led to the withdrawal of $7 million in specie by European investors, which in turn precipitated an economic recession and the conflict of 1812. Sound familiar? There are undoubtedly other examples of the monarchy's efforts to subvert or destroy the United States. Some are common knowledge, while others remain to be disclosed to the public. For example, David Dodge discovered a book called 2 VA Law in the Library of Congress Law Library. According to Dodge, this is an uncatalogued book in the rare books section that reveals a plan to overthrow the constitutional government by secret agreements engineered by attorneys. This is one of the reasons why the 13th Amendment was ratified by Virginia, and the notification lost in the mail. There's no public record that this book exists. That may sound surprising, but according to a May 1991 article in the Gazette, the Library of Congress has 349,402 uncatalogued rare books and 13.9 million uncatalogued rare manuscripts. There may be secrets buried in that mass of documents even more astonishing than a missing constitutional amendment. In seeking to rule the world and destroy the United States, bankers committed many crimes. Foremost among these crimes were fraud, conversion, and plain old theft. To escape prosecution for their crimes, the bankers did the same thing that any career criminal would do. They hired and formed alliances with the best lawyers and judges money could buy. These alliances, originally forged in Great Britain, spread to the colonies and later into the newly formed United States of America. Despite their criminal foundation, these alliances generated wealth and ultimately respectability. Like any modern member of organized crime, English bankers and lawyers wanted to be admired as legitimate businessmen. As their criminal fortunes grew, so did their usefulness. So, the British monarchy legitimized these thieves by granting them titles of nobility. Historically, the British peerage system referred to knights as squires and to those who bore the knight's shields as esquires. As the ancient methods of theft and subjugation gave way to more civilized means, the pen grew mightier and more profitable than the sword, and the clever wielders of those pens, the bankers and lawyers, came to hold titles of nobility. The most common title is Esquire, and it's still used today by some attorneys. In colonial America, attorneys trained attorneys, but most held no title of nobility or honor. There was no requirement that one be a lawyer to hold the position of district attorney, attorney general, or judge. A citizen's counsel of choice was not restricted to a lawyer. There were no state or national bar associations. The only organization that certified lawyers was the International Bar Association, the IBA, chartered by the King of England, headquartered in London and closely associated with the international banking system. Lawyers admitted to the bar received the rank Esquire, a title of nobility. Esquire was the principal title of nobility which the 13th Amendment sought to prohibit from the United States. Why? Because the loyalty of Esquire lawyers was suspect. Bankers and lawyers with an Esquire behind their names were agents of the monarchy, members of an organization whose principal purposes were political, not economic, and regarded with the same wariness that some people today reserve for members of the KGB or the CIA. Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution sought to prohibit the International Bar Association or any other agency that granted titles of nobility from operating in the United States. But the Constitution neglected to specify a penalty, so the prohibition was ignored, and agents of the monarchy continued to infiltrate and influence the government, as in the Jay Treaty and the U.S. Bank Charter incidents. Therefore, a title of nobility amendment that specified a penalty, the loss of citizenship, was proposed in 1789 and again in 1810. The meaning of the amendment is seen in its intent to prohibit persons having titles of nobility and loyalties to foreign governments and bankers from voting, holding public office, or using their skills to subvert our government. The missing amendment is referred to as the Title of Nobility Amendment, but the second prohibition against honor may be the more significant. According to David Dodge, Tom Dunn, and Webster's Dictionary, the archaic definition of honor, as used when the 13th Amendment was ratified, meant anyone obtaining or having any privilege or advantage over another. A contemporary example of an honor granted to only a few Americans is the privilege of being a judge. Lawyers can be judges and exercise the attendant privileges and powers. Non-lawyers cannot. By prohibiting honors, the missing amendment prohibits any advantage or privilege that would grant some citizens an unequal opportunity to achieve or exercise political power. Therefore, the intent of the 13th Amendment was to ensure political equality among all American citizens by prohibiting anyone, even government officials, from claiming or exercising a special privilege or power, an honor, over other citizens. If this interpretation is correct, honor would be the key concept in the 13th Amendment. Why? Well, because while titles of nobility may no longer apply in today's political system, the concept of honor remains very relevant. For example, anyone who has a specific immunity from lawsuits which isn't afforded to all citizens, they would be enjoying a separate privilege, an honor, and would therefore forfeit their right to vote or hold public office. Think of the immunity from lawsuits that our judges, lawyers, politicians, and bureaucrats enjoy today. Consider the special interest legislation that our government passes. Special interests, that's a euphemism for special privileges, for honors. If the missing 13th Amendment were restored, special interests and immunity might be rendered unconstitutional. The prohibition against honors, against privileges, would compel the entire government to operate under the same laws as the citizens of this nation. Without their current personal immunity, our judges and IRS agents would be unable to abuse common citizens with impunity. If the 13th Amendment were restored, our entire government would have to conduct itself according to the same standards of decency, respect, law, and liability as the rest of the nation. If this amendment and the term honor were applied today, our government's ability to systematically coerce and abuse the public would be all but eliminated. Imagine a government without special privileges or immunities. How could we describe it? It'd be almost like a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Imagine a government whose members were truly accountable to the public. A government that could not systematically exploit its own people. It's unheard of. It's never been done before. Not ever in the history of the world. Senator George Mitchell of Maine and the National Archives concede that this 13th Amendment was proposed by Congress in 1810. However, they explain that there were 17 states when Congress proposed the title of Nobility Amendment, that ratification required the support of 13 states, but since only 12 states supported the amendment, it was not ratified. The Government Printing Office agrees. It currently prints copies of the Constitution of the United States, which include the title of Nobility Amendment as proposed, but not ratified. Even if this 13th Amendment were never ratified, even if Dodge and Dunn's research or reasoning is flawed or incomplete, it would still be an extraordinary story. Can you imagine? Can you understand how close we came to having a political paradise right here on Earth? Do you realize what an extraordinary gift our forebears tried to bequeath to us, and how close we came? One vote, one state's vote. The federal government concedes that 12 states voted to ratify the amendment between 1810 and 1812, but they argue that ratification required 13 states, so the amendment lays dormant in our history, unratified for lack of just one more state's support. One vote. David Dodge, however, says one more state did ratify, and he claims he has the evidence to prove it. With your daily digest of current events and commentary, this has been Headlines with a Voice.
We're taught today by the Darwinians, or those who espouse the Darwinian theory, that life evolved from an initial pool of water with molecules in it that were basically inorganic, and that some way, sometime, somehow, those inorganic molecules were swept together into a living entity, something that was somehow alive. Now, we know that's not true now, and it's beginning to shift. The teaching is still the same because it takes a while to change the books, but it's becoming acknowledged that life almost had to be delivered to Earth. And the facts are incontrovertible that that's going to be the truth. When life first appears at around 4 billion years ago, the solar system itself is only about 500 million years old, only about 500 million years old. Not really enough time for anything to develop because the Earth was still basically a seething ball of magma then. Very little land had actually cooled out, very little water would be available for anything to form in. The Darwin's warm pool, warm pond, couldn't possibly have existed when life first came. Not only did life come suddenly at a time when it's just inexplicable that that would happen, it came in not one form but in two forms. Prokaryotic bacteria, there are two kinds. For a long time it was thought that there was just one kind, but there are actually two. So you have suddenly, at around 4 billion years ago, two distinct separate kinds of prokaryotic bacteria appear on Earth as the first life forms. And those life forms were so complex and so complicated, even though they didn't have the nucleus of the eukaryotic bacteria, which came later, much later. Even though they didn't have cell nucleus, they're functioning to this day, because we have them to this day. Their functioning is so complex, so chemically complex, there's no doubt that it couldn't possibly have developed here. It had to have been delivered here, and it had to be delivered whole and intact, and it had to come at about 4 billion years ago. So given those facts right out of the box, there is no Darwinian development at the first stage of life as we understand it. Then as you move along through the history, Darwin postulated that from that beginning, however that beginning occurred, and he was no more clear on it than we were until just recently, however that beginning occurred, it had to develop very slowly but very regularly toward more and more complex beings, more creatures, however you care to term that. And as that slow gradual progression developed, ever more sophistication was put into the system by what he called natural selection, which is little traits that would somehow help a creature improve its odds of reproducing itself, would make for more and more and more sophisticated beings and creatures. And that's how we supposedly evolved, a word Darwin didn't use but which became popular later. We evolved from those bacteria through millions and millions and millions of slight improvements to creatures that were intermediate, the intermediate forms. Now when Darwin put forth his theory in 1869, he said very clearly, if the intermediate forms that I'm postulating cannot be found, then my theory is wrong. He knew that there was a problem because even in his day it was clear in the fossil record that there were these huge gaps and then things would just suddenly appear. So he said, now that we know to look for them, we should find these intermediate species. We haven't found any really to this point. We do find development within species. We do find changes at the micro level, which is changes in parts. Darwin himself found the changes in the beaks of the finches, Darwin's finches. The shells of the tortoises that he found on the Galapagos. So he found indications of change at the micro level, at the part level. And what he postulated, what he extrapolated is, well, if we can see obvious change at the micro level, then we can legitimately assume that change also is going to occur at the macro level, at the whole body level, so that it will be possible for one species to change into, over time, another species entirely. And that was the bedrock of his theory. And again, he said, but if you can't find any transitional species where it's clear that one thing is turning into something else, or that thing is turning into something else yet again, there will be a problem. And that's been the result of much more detailed analysis of the fossil record. There are no intermediate species. Now, once scientists began to understand that and realize that what you saw was long periods of life existing in what is called stasis, which means the same. It basically stays the same. In the fossil record, you have these long periods of stasis followed by these periods of catastrophe where everything is just gone. It's wiped out. Not everything, but most everything. And then you have these periods of not much happening, and then suddenly the niches get filled up again very rapidly, these explosions of life forms. So when science in the 50s and 60s began to see what the reality of the situation was and how far it was from classic Darwinism, which they were already very heavily bought into because that's what they used to maintain the moral high ground against the creationists, they knew they had a problem. So Stephen Gould and some others came up with a theory called punctuated equilibrium. And what punctuated equilibrium says is that as life develops, there are catastrophes that wipe them out. It's pretty clear from the fossil record that these happen. There's been 5 major ones and several minor ones. In the major ones, you had wipeouts of life forms anywhere from 50% to 80%, 90% of all life forms wiped out. The first big one, the Permian, wiped out about 90% of the life forms that existed at that time. And yet, after this happens, the ecological niches are filled with new species that are suited to the new environment, whatever it is. So you have the catastrophe that changes everything, changes the atmosphere and changes the earth. Some things survive because they are adapted or are able to adapt themselves to the new environment. But then new species come in that are adapted to whatever that new environment is each time. Now, how does that happen? How can that happen? How can they rapidly fill in within a few thousand years all of the niches? Can evolution do that? No. There's no record. You would have to see it. The example that I give when I talk is this, that you take a kernel of popcorn. Now, under normal circumstances, under the Darwinian scheme of things, if you were to heat that popcorn kernel, it would puff itself into one piece of popcorn. And that's the Darwinian theory of one thing moving into the next stage up its ladder as it goes. But during punctuated equilibrium, what they're postulating is that the one kernel of popcorn is somehow going to pop itself into a whole big bucket that you get at the movie. That really is not possible, and yet that's what they're saying. They're saying that the few survivors somehow explode biologically and genetically into all these different species that fill the ecological niches. That really, it can't happen under the Darwinian scenario. So what you have the punctuated equilibrium people saying is that Darwinism works when it can work, but when it can't work, something else works, which is, so how do you turn a force of nature on and off like a switch? Can't really happen. what I think and what I say is probably Earth is being terraformed. Earth is being watched over. And when they see that a catastrophe has happened, they wait, they give it time to settle out, they give the new environment time to establish itself. They come in, they take some tests, and they say, okay, these things can live here now. And these things are dumped off here to live and make their way until the next catastrophe. That explains the facts to me, for as silly as it sounds. You know, terraformers, cosmic dump trucks is another term that I use. For as silly as that sounds, it seems to match the facts of what the fossil record tells us better than Darwinism by a long shot. But obviously, because it's so far from Darwinism and the establishment is so heavily bought into Darwinism, it isn't going to be readily accepted. But I think over time, something like that is going to be the real true answer of what's going on here.
Thank you. So, as far as humans are concerned, you went over micro and macroevolution. We're told that we evolved from primates.
Right.
So, how does that play in? I mean, what does that bear out? I mean, how?
No, we're told, as far as human beings go, we are told that we evolved in the Darwinian sense from primates. That we are related genetically and biologically and very closely to chimpanzees and somewhat more distantly to gorillas and orangutans and gibbons. So, but chimpanzees are our closest genetic and biological relatives. So we are primates. We are all considered primates, all of us in the primate family, the chimps and the gorillas and us. The problem is we really don't share any of the basic fundamental primate traits. Starting with our bones. Our bones are much lighter and less dense than are all the other primate bones. Our muscles are much weaker than any other primate's muscles, 5 to 10 times as weak. So where our bones are less dense, our muscles are substantially weaker. Right there you have a problem. Our skin is completely different. We have a layer of subcutaneous fat under our skin that no primate has. We've got it. Doesn't make sense. We have a hair pattern on our bodies that is substantially different. Not only is the hair reduced, but in all other primates, the thickness is on the back and it's thinner on the front. We have thickness on the front, thinness on the back. What adaptive advantage would that have? As far as our hair itself and our nails, both toenails and fingernails, our hair grows, our nails grow. They have to be physically trimmed. In all primates, their hair grows to a certain length, their nails grow to a certain length, and they stop. They don't have to bite their nails. So, again, you have a radical difference there. In our heads, you have completely different look about the faces. The prognathous face of all primates except us, the lack of a voice box, I mean the lack of the ability to modulate speech and do speech the way we do. Not that they can't make sounds. They make very loud sounds, but they can't break those sounds into small little pieces the way we can to make language. So there's that difference, and just the difference in our faces in general. There's huge difference in our brains. Huge difference in our brains. So you've got all of that, and then on top of the clincher to the argument is this. All primates have 48 chromosomes, and we have 46. Now, how do you lose 2 whole chromosomes from where you are and produce a being that is so much more skilled and adapted, particularly intellectually, as we are? You would think if we're going to be such a vast improvement over the primates, we would have 56 or 58 or maybe 60 chromosomes. How do you lose 2 chromosomes and get better? It really makes no sense. None of it. When you really just sit down and look at the very basics of it, none of it makes sense. We're not primates. We are not primates. To call us primates is to insult us and them, because there's just no connection. The only thing that's similar is that we share 99% the same DNA with chimps. And that sounds impressive. Wow, we're almost them. How could 1% make so much difference? Well, over a 3 billion base pair genome, you're looking at what, 30 million different base pairs. That's a lot of room. If you know what you're doing, that's a lot of room to make changes if that's what you're going to do. So there is room there, but it also overlooks the fact that humans share 50% of the genes with mice. So to say that we share 99% with chimps is impressive. To say that we share 50% with mice is even more impressive. It's all the same. All living things share a huge portion of their DNA, because why? We're all made of the same 4 base pairs and the same 20 amino acids. Anything that lives, that's the common root formula for life, not just here, but everywhere. Wherever life is, that's got to be the bottom line for all of it. So that there's going to be similarities, I think, wherever you find life. It's going to be based on those same 4 base pairs and same 20 amino acids everywhere.
So I think it's pretty clear we can't be called primates, so we're humans. How long have we been on this planet, or how long have we been human in our present form?
We've been human as we see ourselves, as you and I sitting here, or any person out anywhere. We've been like this for in the range of, I would say, 200,000 years, probably at the outside. 200,000 years. Now, I say that for a number of reasons. The primary one of which is that our mitochondrial DNA, as you do research on our mitochondrial DNA, you find that it goes back into the range of 150,000 years. So if you figure that the mitochondrial DNA says 150,000 years, the upper limit, I would think, for our species as it exists would be in the 200,000 range. But it could be that we're no older than 150,000 years. I would say the true answer lies somewhere between 150,000 and 200,000 years, based on the mitochondrial DNA, which is, I think, pretty much incontrovertible.
So if we just are 150,000, 200,000 years old, the next obvious question is, how did we come about them?
Right. Well, if we're 150 to 200,000 years old, that throws a huge, gigantic wrench into the establishment position that we evolved from creatures that were walking upright approximately 4 million years ago. The early Australopithecines, Lucy, everyone is familiar with her, at around 3.2 to 3.5 million years ago, and they're finding new ones all the time. And all they say is to qualify as human is to be upright walking. If you're an upright walking pre-creature, you're called a pre-human. And even though all of those creatures, right through Neanderthal, from Lucy at 4 million years ago, right through the Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Neanderthal to Cro-Magnon, right up to Cro-Magnon, all of those creatures don't look anything like human beings as we are today. They are as different from us as primates. In fact, they look like primates. They look like upright walking primates. Up through Neanderthal, back to Lucy, and whatever's going to come before her. Everything looks like a primate. It has the thick bones, dense bones, which imply, of course, thick, strong, powerful muscles. The attachment points all bear witness to very robust muscles. They have the same facial structure as primates do, and from that whole 4 million year period down to Cro-Magnon, and the Cro-Magnons are only a couple of 100 4,000 years old as well. You have this incredible, strong, robust face with prognathous teeth, no chin, the structure of the shoulders and neck looking very primate-like, and seem to have the small primate brains. So what we're told are our ancestors, that we're evolving from these creatures, I think is absolutely not borne out by the fossil record. The fossil record, to me, makes it clear that what are being put forth as our ancestors are in fact something else, some other kind of upright walking primate. And that human beings, because we don't appear until around 200,000 years ago, what could make something change so radically, literally overnight, in anthropological terms, and be anything remotely associated with Darwinism? It used to be that the establishment said that we descended from Neanderthals. Even though Neanderthals look so very, very different from us, it was just that somehow it had to happen, because you have Neanderthals and then you have Cro-Magnons. This is when we believe that Cro-Magnons appeared at around 35,000 years ago. Now we know, from having found overlaps between the two going back 100,000 years or more. And right now the oldest, I think, skull we have of Cro-Magnon is oldest bones we have of Cro-Magnon is 120,000 years. But you figure if they're in the fossil record at 120,000 years ago, they were there before that. So I give them 150,000, maybe 200,000 years. We just haven't found any later examples. But there's clearly a significant overlap between Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal. Neanderthal was living down to around 30,000 years ago. Cro-Magnon was living back to around maybe 150, 200,000 years. A significant overlap. So it's clear we didn't evolve from Neanderthal. Furthermore, we've now been able to sequence out some mitochondrial DNA of Neanderthal, which indicates that there's very little connection between humans and Neanderthals. Excuse me. So, with that being the case, we have to look elsewhere for the progenitor of human beings according to the Darwinian model. What is that? That's Homo erectus. It's got to be. Can't be anything else, because Neanderthal supposedly came from Homo erectus. So if you have to lift Neanderthal out of the flowchart, that only leaves humans connected to Homo erectus. And now that's what everyone is saying, that somehow we evolved from Homo erectus. The problem there is we have a very complete skeleton of a Homo erectus young man called the Lake Turkana boy. He is the most complete, in fact, fossil skeleton that we have. So we know a lot about him. And it's clear that he is extremely robust. He is extremely large. He has that same prognathous face, that primate face, and he has the small brain. There's no indication, and he's really big and powerful. Makes Arnold Schwarzenegger look like a wimp. I mean, so this is not something that can be said to be a progenitor of human beings, even though really that is what they're saying. The reality of it is it can't. So humans have to come from somewhere else, not part of the natural flow of life on Earth. Now, getting people to accept this is going to be difficult, but the facts are really clear. We simply did not evolve here. We appear here. And we appear here at around 150 to 200,000 years ago, according to our genes. So I believe, personally, that the writings of the Sumerians 4,000 years ago, as chronicled by Zechariah Sitchin in his books, The Earth Chronicles, I believe that is the most logical and reasonable explanation that there is for how we came to be. What those tablets say is that human beings were genetically engineered to be workers and slaves for a super race of beings that came to Earth from another planet in our solar system, but it doesn't matter where they came from. Somehow human beings did not develop on Earth. They were put here. Somebody had to put us here for some reason. What the Sumerians say is good enough for me right now, absent any other information, which is that we were created to be their slaves and their servants. There is clear evidence in our genes of tampering. This is not being acknowledged, but every geneticist that works on the problem is aware of it. The problems are fundamental. In the wild, when a creature is born deformed or in any way severely damaged, impaired, screwed up, whatever you want to call it, in the wild, that animal does not make it into the gene pool. The parents will abandon it. The parents will kill it and eat it if it's certain animals. But in any event, an animal that is, a creature that is severely not like it should be, is not allowed to grow to maturity and put that problem into the gene pool. This is not to say that there are not defects born among every species. There are. There are going to be sperm-egg misconnects and things are going to go wrong. It's a very complex process, the process of reproduction. It's amazing for as complex as it is that it goes as right as it does as many times as it does. But let's focus on the mistakes. There will be mistakes. But in the wild, in the natural course of things, those will not reach maturity and will not put that defect into the gene pool. Everyone acknowledges that. Most things breed true. Something like albinism, for example, being an albino, that doesn't impair you. You're white, but it doesn't keep you from living. So you've got albino alligators, albino gorillas, albino, But if it's a crippling, damaging disorder you have disorders from mild to serious, but if it's really
So there's been a nuclear attack. Don't ask me how or why, just know that the big one has hit, okay? So what do? There are 3 important steps that I want you to remember. Step 1, get inside fast. You, your friends, your family, get inside. And no, staying in the car is not an option. You need to get into a building and move away from the windows. Step 2, stay inside. Shut all doors and windows. Have a basement? Head there. If you don't have one, get as far into the middle of the building as possible. If you were outside after the blast, get clean immediately. Remove and bag all outer clothing to keep radioactive dust or ash away from your body. Step 3, stay tuned. Follow media for more information. Don't forget to sign up for Notify NYC for official alerts and updates. And don't go outside